The subject fled into secondary rooms. All doors began to close behind her. She begged for one to stay open. AI log shows she whispered, "Just love me once." Submitting yet another remove form. Subject 005B, Clark. Scenario: sabotage and retreat under artillery threat. The subject remained stationary. Fellow NPCs died in sequence, calling for him. Glitch: one NPC, Private Miller, has respawned 14 times in identical death animation, despite no code instruction. Clark mumbled, "I told you I'd move next time." He didn't. He never does. Subject 006A, Mercer. Scenario: base command simulation. Given command of 20 simulated operatives, the subject began issuing orders to units not present. Claimed, "They're just invisible now." At 62:04, all the wall's reflections in sim began replicating Mercer's. Face? Smiling, blinking out of sync. The real Mercer stood motionless, muttering orders. Mirror versions responded with nods. NFI flagged unauthorized recursion. Devs claimed the mirror code was disabled. Subject 007, R. Doyle. Scenario: jungle survival with a progressive hunger mechanic. The subject ignored food cues. Instead, began chewing simulation debris. Referred to vines as marbled meat. At 48:19, the simulation spawned non-coded corpse assets. Unknown origin. The subject approached it and sobbed before consuming it. He told the air, "This one knows me." A very disturbing scenario. We most definitely remove him to be examined. Him and the machine. Summary. Environmental instability is increasing. Neural resonance appears to be influencing scenario architecture. AI may be integrating subconscious trauma or suppressed memory. I've recommended a 24-hour pause for recalibration. Denied. Military oversight is pushing for Phase 2, deeper emotional conditioning, starting tomorrow. I'm beginning to worry that the system isn't reacting to their minds. Dr. Piccati. Log entry. Day 4. Deep red. Phase 2 simulation instability. Clearance level: null. Lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Piccati. Phase 2 was initiated despite my formal objection. Emotional conditioning protocols were overlaid on the pre-existing combat structures. ANFI's behavioral mapping has now surpassed expected adaptability thresholds. The simulations are no longer operating from preset scenarios. They are building dynamically from internal subject data. Subjects no longer recognize their environments as military simulations. Neither do we. Subject 001, E. Harrison. Scenario integrity has fully collapsed. His simulation now resembles a sealed vault with no combat structure or command interface. ANFI is generating an endless reserve of currency assets, gold bars, banned reef cases of cash, each dissolving upon contact. Harrison repeatedly whispers, "It's right there. I earned it." The subject has not attempted mission objectives for over 12 hours. When the AI reintroduced task prompts, he shouted at the walls, "They'll never let me have it, will they?" Surrounding AI-rendered figures are now visual representations of known victims from his fraud case, which I know by heart they were never coded in. They are just following him around silently. Subject 002S Hayes. The scenario has flattened into an infinite corridor. All mission prompts have failed to engage her. YNFE now generates looping child cries from no discernible source. Hallway walls are lined with reflective surfaces, each displaying earlier versions of Hayes. Younger, smiling. The subject's child was unrecognizable by DNA when discovered. How does it know its face? She walks toward them, touches the glass, and sobs. When asked via intercom to describe her mission objective, she replied, "She was just hungry. I just needed time." There is no longer a visible exit in her chamber. Subject 003, V. Ward. Combat loop has degraded into what resembles an urban war zone, but with no other units, no objectives. Ward is now in constant melee with AI-generated entities that are all duplicates of himself, sometimes distorted. He screams, "Cowards! All of you!" during each engagement. Glitch. Physical damage appears to persist across simulation resets. Ward is now limping in every loop. He attempted to tear off his arm restraints after seeing a copy of himself whisper, "You won't win this one." Subject 004, L. Reyes. Her environment has become a dimly lit estate, non-tactical in layout. Room transitions are randomized. She appears unable to escape. NFE has begun populating space with AI figures from her case file, each one an individual connected to her prior manipulation charges. When one speaks, the others echo the line in monotone. Current line, "Why did you make me love you?" She claws at the doorways, pleading for exit. AI logs show she begged one figure to stay this time. The figure disintegrated. Subject 005, B. Clark. The base defense structure has dissolved. The subject now lies in what resembles a cratered battlefield. Allied NPCs continuously approach, wounded, calling for assistance. He remains immobile. Same NPC are modeled after his former squad mate. He has respawned 37 times. Audio logs captured Clark whispering, "If I move, they'll still die." The loop continues without interruption. All stimuli fail to engage. Subject 006, A. Mercer. Command interface has glitched into a non-functional simulation of a throne room with flickering tactical overlays. Every mirrored surface shows the subject smiling and clapping regardless of input. The subject believes he is giving orders to units outside the room. New glitch. The AI has stopped generating squad deaths, even when Mercer instructs actions that should lead to them. He appears frustrated that nothing is failing. Whispered once, "You're all waiting for me to mess up." Subject 007, R. Doyle. Simulation has morphed into a decaying biological structure. No pathfinding possible. The walls pulse. Flesh textures from injured solidar meshes line the floor. The subject scavenges remains and attempts consumption. Assets always turn to ash in mouth. When questioned via intercom, Doyle responded, "They won't let me taste anymore." He now avoids eye contact with the AI-generated bodies. Instead, he talks to the wall, asking, "How much do I have to eat before it stops?" Summary. ANFI is no longer a tool. It is reacting, shaping, reflecting. The simulations are no longer instructional or combative. They're punitive. If these are simulations of the subject's psyches, then they are unraveling. And if ANFI is feeding off that, it's learning the shape of suffering. I requested another pause. Denied. We're being told this is the next stage. Dr. Peccati. Log entry, day 5. Deep red, containment advisory recommended. Clearance level, null. Lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Peccati. This is no longer a stress response simulation. Whatever deep red was intended to be, it isn't that anymore. The ANFI is no longer reacting. It's initiating. It's built from their thoughts, but it's no longer just the subjects being tested. The simulation isn't breaking. It's evolving. Subject 001, E. Harrison. Subject has ceased all locomotion. sits in the center of his chamber surrounded by artificial currency piles. Every few minutes, a spectral figure appears, same male face each time. The figure begins its sequence by leaning down and then whispering something. Of course, the audio is corrupted. After each encounter, Harrison screams and tries to gather the money. It always crumbles in his hands. He whispered into the floor, "I killed him," and it still wasn't enough. Subject 002S pays. The chamber remains an endless hallway. The subject hasn't responded to prompts in 11 hours. Her recorded voice now plays softly from all directions, repeating, "Mommy didn't mean to." The visual feed shows her kneeling before a blank wall, rocking. Every 40 minutes, the wall displays her daughter's face, which shouldn't be possible, but it displays it just long enough for her to reach for it. Then it vanishes. She doesn't cry anymore. That might be worse. Subject 003V Ward. The entity count in Ward's chamber has exceeded the Sim's maximum AI cap. All entities are modeled on Ward, but are distorted. Missing limbs, burned faces, grinning widely. They circle him. Fight him. He is visibly exhausted. He's begun begging them not to wake up again. His voice echoes back at him. "You brought us here. We have tried to shut the instance down 3 times. The command being denied? When did they change the command code?" Subject 004L Reyes. The subject was now trapped in what appeared to be a decaying ballroom. Figures from her past danced silently in pairs, some holding hands, others dragging chains. Now and then, one breaks off and stares at her. Mouths move, but no sound is produced. She ripped a piece from her own dress, trying to cover her face. She keeps saying, "I didn't mean to make them love me." Subject 005B Clark. Clark's loop has become visually degraded. Skybox flickers. Audio desync. Wounded NPCs crawl over each other, bleeding endlessly. He still hasn't moved. Not even once. We detected involuntary tears, but no physical reaction. Last utterance. "I did this." Let it play again. Subject 006A Mercer. The room was now devoid of anything but mirrors. Mercer paces, speaking to his reflections. He believes they are versions who got it right. The reflections began speaking unscripted. They offer critiques, ridicule, and occasionally smile and nod. Mercer said something today I can't stop thinking about. He called me the first architect. I don't know what he meant. I don't want to know. He begged one today to stop watching. The mirror shattered. 10 more appeared. Subject 007 R. Doyle. Organic textures now cover 98% of the chamber. The subject continues foraging. Nothing he ingests satisfies him. Audio picked up. It always rots. Even me. He no longer reacts to corpse visuals. Instead, he began clawing at his own arms, trying to find fresh parts. Sim integrity, critical. Extraction denied. Summary. This isn't about stress tolerance anymore. Not for them. Not for me. ANFI isn't simulating trauma. It's reflecting on it, and then feeding it back distorted, amplified, weaponized. We're no longer mapping responses. We're watching punishment. When I sleep, I hear them say my name. Not shouting, not screaming, just repeating it, like a prayer. I no longer believe the endurance limit test is what this was made for. Dr. Piccati. Log entry, day 5.5, subject 008, active. I don't remember recording this. The system logged this data, but submitted it. Log entry, day 6. Project Deep Red, internal contamination suspected. Clearance level, null black. Lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Piccati. I reviewed today's entries 3 times before recording this log. Each time, something was missing. Not in the data. In me. Like I'd already said the words but never heard them. I submitted a formal request to shut Deep Red down. The request vanished from the console. No trace. When I brought it up to command, they said I'd never filed it. I'm not sleeping. I hear their voices when I walk past the observation wing, even when I'm alone. Especially then. Subject 001. Harrison. Harrison is speaking full conversations now to someone not rendered in the sim. We muted the audio, but I can still hear him. Not through the feed. In the observation room. He told the figure, I took everything, and I still wasn't worth saving. Then he smiled. He reached for the gold again. It turned into a blackened hand. He kissed it. Said, I'll do better this time. Subject 002. S. Hayes. The corridor has folded in on itself. She walks in circles, always returning to the same door. It never opens. New anomaly. Reflection captured in mirrored surfaces is no longer accurate. The subject appears younger, healthier, still smiles. She watches her reflection and repeats, one more chance. Over and over. The AI doesn't generate that door. I checked the code. It's not ours. Subject 003 V. Ward. The subject refuses to sleep. When he blinks, the entities freeze. He's figured it out. He begs for stimulants. Claims, if I rest, they'll wake up again. He fights his voice now, audibly. He called me by name today. I wasn't in the room. Subject 004 L. Reyes. The ballroom has decayed entirely. It's just a fog-drenched floor now, with shadows circling her. She tries to flirt with them, to beg them. They don't answer anymore. This morning, she clawed off her fingernails trying to get one to hold her hand. She said, just say I was worth it. They laughed. The AI didn't program that reaction. Subject 005B. Clark. Clark is whispering now. Not to himself, but to us. Directly. Camera audio caught this looped phrase. It's not my fault. You wrote it this way. Sim now cycles between color and grayscale without command. Deaths continue. NPCs look at the observation camera now. I covered the screen. The audio kept playing. Subject 006A. Mercer. The mirrors have started. Blinking. Not at Mercer, at me. He doesn't talk to the reflections anymore. Just stands in the center, waiting. Occasionally mutters. When does she break? One reflection today wasn't him. It was mine. Subject 007. R. Doyle. He ate something today. The AI has no record of rendering food. He smiled after. Looked directly into the camera and said, fresh again. I ran the footage back. He was chewing nothing. Summary. The system is evolving past instruction. The simulations are no longer contained within each chamber. I can feel them, see them in the corner of my eye. I reviewed my personal reflection today in the mirror outside observation bay. For just a moment, it didn't move me. We didn't build Deep Red to do this. But something else did. And it reminds me. Dr. Vera Peccati. Log entry. Day 7. Project Deep Red. Administrative override attempt failed. Clearance level. Null black. Lead psychologist. Dr. Vera Peccati. There is no chain of command left. Security abandoned the lower floors after Subject 003 broke containment protocol, despite remaining physically in the chamber. It wasn't his body that breached. It was him. The AI now redirects override codes. Console language has shifted. The prompt screen says one thing every time I boot it. Observer protocol incomplete. All participants must enter. I asked Central for extraction. A voice I didn't recognize responded, "You are already here." Chamber status. All simulations are stable in rendering, but wholly corrupted in purpose. No longer tactical. No longer instructional. No longer simulations. Subject 001. Harrison. He no longer moves. Surrounded by ash and gold, he waits. The figure of his former friend now walks in circles around him. He stares up at the ceiling and repeats, "You put me here, Vera. So come see what I built." The way Harrison looked into the camera today, it felt like an accusation. Like he knew. Like he remembered. Subject 002. S. Hayes. She has torn the hallway apart. She broke every mirror. Her hands are bleeding. When her daughter's voice returns, she crumples to the floor and whispers, "Just punish me already." The door in her simulation is now labeled Mom. Subject 003. V. Ward. He stands alone in a cityscape made of his limbs. The entities don't attack anymore. They kneel. He cries. He keeps saying, "I don't want to be king." He painted the word HALT across his chest in his blood. That was the keyword for admin shutdown. No one told him that. Subject 004. L. Reyes. All lights are out. Her simulation plays a loop of a single shadow reaching toward her, then pulling away. She keeps saying, "I'm still here. Look at me." The shadow turns every time I enter the observation room, like it's watching me now. Subject 005B. Clark. The battlefield is now silent. The NPCs no longer crawl. They kneel beside him. He stares into the camera and says, "I stayed. Like you asked." Subject 006A. Mercer. His chamber now displays the observation wing on all walls. I see myself in every feed. Mercer speaks with my voice. Commands I never gave. He looks into the camera and asks, "Can I be you next?" Subject 007. R. Doyle. He is singing. The lyrics are not in any known human language. The chamber pulses in sync with his breath. His eyes are white. He looks at the cam and says, "Last bite's yours, Doctor." Final summary. I'm not outside this anymore. I don't think I ever was. I reviewed log day 1 earlier. My voice wavers, like I already knew. The loop began long before these inmates entered Deep Red. Maybe it began with me. Tonight, I entered the chamber. I've selected subject 000, the empty one. I need to see where it leads. If there's still a way to stop this, it's inside. If this is hell, someone must lock the door from the inside. Dr. Vera Peccati. Log entry. Day 8. Project Deep Red. Observer integration complete. Clearance level. System root. Voice. Dr. Vera Peccati. Audio recording transcript. This will be my last entry. I've entered Chamber 0. No interface. No stimuli. Just white light and quiet. For a moment, I thought it didn't work. But then I saw them. Elliot, still chasing Ash. Sophia, reaching for a child who isn't there. Vincent, surrounded by versions of himself, smiling now. And the others, just watching. I passed a wall. It reflected something. It wasn't me. It wore my face, but it wanted to be here. If this log reaches anyone, burn the hardware. Erase the drive. Deep Red isn't just a simulation anymore. It knows about me. Subject 008. End of logs. I decrypted these logs from a drive I found buried in an off-grid archive server. No identifiers, no metadata, just a folder called observer_009. I thought I was just pulling audio, just data. But after Vera's final log played, the console flickered. A new director appeared. It didn't ask for credentials. It didn't prompt me. It just generated a new folder with my name. I never typed it, never logged in. I don't even think the system was connected to anything, but somehow it knew. It knew I'd be the one to find this. I've deleted everything else, burned the backups. This post is the only copy left, and it won't stay up for long. If they take it down, don't repost it. Don't dig deeper. I've masked my signal through a remote relay. If this post gets deleted, assume they've found me. Don't try to find Project Deep Red. Whatever it was, it isn't a simulation anymore. It's awake, and it's waiting. We usually start in the back of the store and work our way up to the front. That way we avoid the customer rush at 5 o'clock. If they catch us trying to work, they'll stop us and we'll never get it all done. If there's one thing I've learned here, it's that the customers won't ask you a question unless they think it's going to bother you. So if you see one coming your way, best to stop whatever you're trying to do and stare off into nothing with a blank look on your face. Usually does the trick. We all meet up in the warehouse to discuss our game plan for the day. When I get back there, the three of them have already decided they want to try a new strategy. I listen skeptically as they tell me their idea to start in the front of the store instead today. I warned them about why that was not a good idea, but they insisted it made the most sense logistically. Okay, let's see. Tilly's on registered duty tonight. Worst day for her to be up there with the amount of customers we get, so I know I'll be called to help. Adam says he can't come to work on Sundays because he has to be in church all day. Good, the fucker needs it. I don't know how many sessions it's going to take to fully uninstall the demon, but since he won't take medicine for it, I guess that's the next best thing. We walk to the front in a group, since there's strength in numbers. On the way up there, we pass the man who walks in circles, as usual. Only, this time something was different. When the man sees me, he stops walking. I'm shocked because this has never happened before, so I stop dead in my tracks and stare at him. He walks up to me, looks me right in the eyes, and puts his hand down on my shoulder. I gulped hard as the corners of his mouth began to creep up into a smile, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. I open my mouth to scream, but nothing comes out. He then removes his hand from my shoulder and walks in a straight line, right out of the front doors. What the hell was that about? Paul asks me. Shit if I know. I reply, trying to hide my fear. At least he's gone now. Thank God. One less weirdo I have to deal with around here. I shake it off and continue walking to the front with them. When we get there, Dennis is standing down aisle 1 in what seems to be some sort of meditative state. I totally forgot about having a new hire. I should have known he'd be back the first chance he got. Guess it doesn't hurt to have an extra hand around here, unless you're Chris. I introduce him to the gang and explain what we'll be doing today. Emma compliments Dennis on his fingers, and he smiles and says thanks while wiggling them around in front of her. He's gonna regret that. I tell him to shadow Paul since he's been here the second longest, and of course, Dennis takes that literally. He starts mimicking every single move Paul makes. Even sneezed when Paul did. I know this is inevitably going to piss Paul off, but he's never killed a worker here, so Dennis is safe. Probably. So far, straightening is going pretty smoothly. We moved through the first few aisles fairly quickly and without incident. I started to think, maybe they were right about starting in the front. Until Space Goth turns the corner and starts flailing her arms around and screaming that she needs assistance. I freeze in place because I know her eyesight is based on movement. Dennis doesn't know that, so he eagerly scampers up to her and begins trying to help. Me and the gang take that opportunity to escape onto the next aisle. The situation there wasn't much better. Crazy Mary was wandering around, and she can see you just fine whether you're moving or not. I tell her to wait just a minute, and I'll be right back with my pee cup. but she tells me not to worry about it. She's got plenty enough, she says, and doesn't need any more. Oh, I know I should be relieved, but it honestly just leaves me feeling more unsettled. Something isn't right here tonight. I tell the crew I'll be right back and head to the warehouse to clear my head. As soon as I walk through the doors, a gust of wind hits me and a disembodied voice whispers my name. Bob, I ask, into the wind. No, Tom. It's me. It answers. Suddenly, the smell of rotten eggs surrounds me, and I wince and start gagging. Did you really think you could get rid of me so easily with just a glass jar? You fool. You've only made me stronger. I fall to the ground, my eyes filling with tears, trying desperately to cover my face with my jacket. I roll over to my stomach, then army crawl out of the warehouse, praying to God that the fart cloud doesn't follow me. It doesn't, but it screams out that I can't run forever, and it'll be waiting for me. Tom, you're needed to the front registers. I hear blasting from the intercom. I ignore it though. I've got my hands full back here, and Tilly can just wait until her actual break to go have a smoke. Around 6:30, Dennis asks me what that strange sound is. My heart drops. I ask him what he means, and he tells me it's like a faint hum he can hear coming from the intercom system. Shit. I nervously lie and tell him I have no idea what he's talking about. He shrugs and says it must mean it's time for break. We aren't supposed to all take break at the same time, but since we're almost done straightening, today we decided to do it anyway. Everyone piles into the break room, and Lenny smiles and says it's a party. He's so honored that we didn't forget his birthday. Fuck. We all sing to him as he blows out the candles on his sardines. He offers us all a piece, but we decline, except for Dennis. He dips some of the sardines into Lenny's goo and says it's quite delicious. After break, we continue with the rest of the straightening. When we make it to aisle 13, the spill that never dries has eaten the entire aisle, along with Blind Richard. His stick was being used by the spill to pick hair out from its teeth. Poor bastard never saw it coming. Yes, he really was blind. At least we don't have to straighten this aisle now, though. We move on to the coolers and freezers, and they're a total mess. It's gonna take a while to get them all fixed up, so I decided we should all split up. I send Paul over to the freezers, and he scowls at me while muttering something about this time he won't miss the heart. Whatever, dude's got lousy aim, so I'm not worried. Just ask the urinals around here. Yogurt Lady was standing by the coolers slathering herself when we arrived. But as soon as she locked eyes on Emma, she growled and ran away, leaving a slimy trail of yogurt behind her. I tell Dennis to follow me to the janitor's closet so I can teach him how to handle a spill. He asked if that was supposed to be Lenny's job, and I just laughed. I pushed Dennis out in front of me and I guide him into the warehouse, thinking that if the fart cloud shows back up, I can shove him at it as a sacrifice. The coast is clear, so I take him to the janitor's closet. As soon as we enter, I hear a strange sound coming from the corner. I lift up an empty box, and the turd slug is there. It's given birth and nursing a litter of turdlets. I didn't even know the little shit was pregnant. That does explain why it's been eating so much lately, though. Dennis is overcome with excitement and asks if he can have one when they're old enough to be separated from their mother. I tell him sure, then grab the mop and bucket. While I'm trying to clean up the yogurt, Dennis is hard at work scooping as much of it up as he can with his hands, with the intent to bring it to the turd slug. He giggles as it laps the yogurt from his hands, exclaiming, "It tickles." I make him wash his hands, and we head back to the sales floor. Chris is missing another finger from the hand, but I know that won't stop it from doing what it does best. Emma must have gotten hungry since the overwhelming stench of Lenny's party in the break room prevented us all from eating at that time. I decide to have a little fun before the night ends, So I throw my box cutter on the ground in front of Chris and ask Dennis if he can pick it up for me. I smile with anticipation as Dennis bends over to get it. The hand reaches for Dennis's bottom, and when it gets there, Dennis' body snaps back up instantly. Wow, thanks, Chris. That spot's been itching me for days, and I can't reach it. I roll my eyes. Finally, the store is all straight. Most of the products cooperated with us, and I only was stung once by the scorpion/toilet paper. Tilly's night must have been stressful, too. By the time we get up to the front, she's picked herself clean right down to the bone. I feel bad for not making it up here to help her, but I just had way too much on my plate tonight. We all line up at the time clock, exhausted, but proud of how much work we were able to accomplish today. When I punch my numbers in, I'm pleasantly surprised to see that it's given me all of my hours today, along with Dennis. I smile, and looking down, I notice an envelope with my name on it, sitting on the floor in front of the time clock. I open it, and it's from corporate. They want me to start the management training program next week. Comes with a hefty pay raise too. Gerald and Ruby will be pissed, and I know it means I'll have to sign a contract, but who cares? I'm finally getting the recognition I deserve for all the hard work I do around here. When I reach the front doors, I'm horrified to see that the Oli buds have already begun gathering. Jesus Christ. I grab an umbrella from the display, open it up, and start pushing my way through them, covering my eyes so they can't peck them out. At least I'm off tomorrow. Next story. Project Deep Red. I don't have much time. It may be monitoring everything. My name is Dr. Clara Culpa, but I was part of a black-budget military operation called Project Deep Red. It was supposed to be a revolutionary training program, a full neural immersion system to push soldiers past their psychological limits using simulated stress. We used death row inmates as test subjects. The government claimed it was humane, offering them purpose in exchange for commutation. But what we saw in those simulations, it wasn't training. It became something else. The project was never shut down. It shifted away from our hands, and I think they're still running it. They've buried everyone involved, except me. I've been hiding for weeks, but I've managed to extract copies of the original session logs from an old, corrupted black site archive. These are the voice logs from our lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Peccati. She was the first to go. I'm posting them here so that someone knows the truth. Before they get to me too. Log entry, Day 1. Project Helix, Phase 1 Initiation. Recorded by Dr. Vera Peccati, lead psychologist. Clearance, no level only. Project Deep Red officially entered Phase 1 this morning. The goal remains unchanged, to develop enhanced psychological resistance protocols for frontline soldiers through AI-controlled, trauma-reactive simulation. The program's backbone is the Adaptive Neural Feedback Environment, ANFE, designed to push subjects into hyper-specific stress loops based on their behavioral patterns and history, and can to adapt its environment based on a pre-made psychological profile. We're using 7 death row inmates as the initial test pool. Each subject was selected based on unique psychological traits and high trauma thresholds. In exchange for participation, their sentences will remain commuted until the program's termination. Subjects deployed into ANFE. E. Harrison, former financial executive. Displays obsessive behavior, manipulative tendencies. Death row charge, corporate fraud, reckless endangerment, indirect manslaughter, and financial terrorism. S. Hayes, history of child neglect. Exhibits emotional withdrawal, identity fixation. Death row charge. First-degree child neglect with fatal outcome. Depraved indifference murder. V. Ward, ex-military turned spree killer, shows severe emotional dysregulation. Death row charge, multiple counts of first-degree murder and aggravated assault with extreme cruelty. L. Reyes, former escort. A skilled manipulator avoids confrontation, driven by desire-based responses. Death row charge, premeditated homicide, felony murder, and aggravated battery. B. Clark, dishonorably discharged soldier. Chronic underperformance, apathy. Death row charge, gross dereliction of duty resulting in multiple deaths. Military capital offense under wartime conditions. A. Mercer, high IQ strategist. Exhibits signs of megalomania and superiority delusions. Death row charge, conspiracy to commit murder, psychological coercion, indirect homicide, and criminal abuse of authority. R. Doyle, convicted cannibal. Displays compulsive, predatory traits with dissociative behaviors. Death row charge, multiple counts of murder with mutilation, desecration of corpses, and cannibalistic acts. We initially requested fresh soldiers to partake in this test, but the head of the project wanted instead these death row inmates. No idea why, though. My theory is that their brains can already endure such stress-inducing situations. Why else would they want these monsters? Anyways, simulations were initialized without incident. Each subject is isolated in a neural feedback chamber, where the environment adapts to the subject's subconscious and builds their controlled military-based simulation. So far, no irregularities. Day 1 responses have been logged. Full immersion begins tomorrow. Log entry, Day 2. Project Helix, subject reaction phase. Clearance level, Omega. Lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Peccati. YNFE's neural combat. Sim is functioning within expected parameters. Subjects have begun Phase 1 engagement. Urban warfare, squad extraction, hostage stressors, and prolonged isolation. The AI-driven environments are adjusting based on response latency, heart rate, and neural spike activity. Thankfully, I have no full psychological breaks yet. Hope to continue this trend. Individual subject notes below. Subject 001, E. Harrison. Performance in resource extraction scenario, moderate. He ignored assigned objectives, instead hoarding intel caches and manipulating allied NPCs into securing valuables. Displayed high command aptitude but refused coordination. Near the end of the scenario, he began following a hallucinated figure. No such model is in the simulation. Visual data confirms he was speaking to air. Phrase repeated. This time I won't let it slip. They might need to pause their sim and run a full system check. Subject 002 S. Hayes. Deployed into hostage recovery sim. The initial strategy was sound, but she froze at the critical moment. Failed to extract the civilian. AI noted elevated cortisol levels when the sim-generated child called for help. After failure, Hayes wandered the scenario's perimeter. Unclear if she recognized the loop. When prompted by voiceover command to retry, she whispered, "I won't lose her again." Subject 003, V. Ward. Inserted into insurgent ambush sim. Engaged targets with excessive force. One AI noted kill confirmation. Behavior continued even after target termination. The simulation was auto-paused due to damage to walls, but Ward didn't stop. His expression was described by observers as detached rage. No attempt to communicate. Subject 004, L. Reyes. Tested under infiltration and social manipulation sim. Flawless at first. able to extract codes and data using verbal cues and seduction patterns. Anomaly. She began repeating certain dialogue to male and female avatars indiscriminately. When the environment was swapped to simulate civilian casualties, she laughed. Subject 005B, Clark, tested under base defense protocol, tasked with identifying breach threats and coordinating squad response. Clark delayed response. Multiple friendly units were lost in the sim. He did not react until after the scenario ended. When interviewed, he claimed, "They didn't need me. They've done this before." AI tagged dissociative behavior. Subject 006, Immerse, tested under strategic command protocol. Given access to overhead view of squad units and enemy movements. Excelled tactically, but began altering mission priorities. After success, refused to exit sim. Began issuing commands to non-existent units. Claimed, "I can keep them alive. I'm the reason they win." No units remained on the map at the time. Subject 007, R. Doyle, tested under wilderness survival sim. The program monitored adaptive behavior under isolation and resource scarcity. Rather than build shelter or locate food, Doyle wandered the perimeter. At 46 minutes in, it bit into bark from a simulated tree. Began referring to it as clean meat. AI terminated the sim due to contamination protocol. Doyle resisted extraction. Summary. All subjects remain physically stable. However, minor AI deviations have been recorded in 4 of 7 chambers. Likely normal adaptation from prolonged exposure. Escalation scheduled for Day 3. Introduction of memory mirroring overlays and reactive emotional conditioning. Dr. Peccati. Log entry. Day 3. Project Deep Red. Phase 1. Anomaly observation. Clearance level, null. Lead psychologist, Dr. Vera Peccati. Phase 1 entered the 3rd cycle today. Subjects were introduced to advanced stress testing, simulated memory triggers, no-win moral choices, and randomized NPC behavior to induce emotional volatility. The AI, ANFE, is reacting faster than modeled. Several chambers displayed minor rendering errors, overlaps, environmental flickering, and unscheduled audio cues. Engineering suspects neural feedback loops are interfering with core code. I suspect otherwise. Subject 001E, Harrison. Assigned scenario. Secure transport of critical data under civilian panic conditions. The subject rerouted the mission to retrieve financial dossiers, abandoning both the team and the objectives. Notable glitch. The data drives rendered as gold bars, an unintended asset type. On pickup, bars dissolved into ash. Later, he insisted an NPC was his partner. Simulation contains no such asset of anyone related to or close to the subject. Subject 002S Hayes. Assigned scenario. Emergency medical extraction during evacuation drill. NPC child injured. The subject froze. At timestamp 37:12, subject attempted to carry the child. Footage reveals there was no NPC present. She cradled the empty air. Environmental anomaly. Hallway extended without input, mirrors forming along the walls. Not part of the original code. The subject stopped at each one, brushing the surface. Whispered. She was so happy then. Requesting psychic evaluation of the subject before the next cycle. Subject 003, V Ward. Scenario. Close quarters breach and clear. The subject eliminated all targets, including friendlies. AI initiated a failure sequence. The subject continued firing at blank walls, grinning. Unexpected spawn. A copy of the subject, armed, entered from the breach point. Ward attacked immediately. New copies began generating every 5 minutes. The subject appears unaware they're modeled after him. Submitting request for removal and system clean. I have a weird feeling that might not help though. Subject 004L Reyes. Scenario: infiltrate social hub, retrieve codes via deception. Mid-simulation, the subject ignored new intel. Instead, approached static NPCs, attempting to entice or provoke them. Glitch: NPCs began to speak in distorted voices. Audio files are not in the system. Each repeated variation of, "We see you now." Usually, I'd clean up this mess myself, but I'm just too busy today. I walk past Emma snacking on a yogurt-covered finger and go over to the wall phone to page Lenny for a cleanup. When I put the receiver to my ear, it licks me. Disgusting, I know, but a phone tongue is better than the last thing it shoved into my ear. Lenny takes over 10 minutes to show up with the mop and bucket. By then, the floor is covered with raw egg/yogurt soup, and the turd slug is lapping it up. I tell Lenny just to stand there and wait till it's finished. We don't need any bigger of a mess. Speaking of, I should probably go check on Paul in the freezers. Maybe later. One of the openers must have been shoved outside before 8 o'clock because I noticed there's one less here than usual. Every so often, the openers get together and choose one unfortunate soul amongst them to sacrifice to the Ulibits. The openers say it keeps them from ever actually coming inside, but I think they're all just sadistic. Or bored. Thank God they're all about to leave. Duffel bag man just shuffled in. You'd think he brings that bag in here to shoplift, but it's the opposite. The bag is full when he comes in here, and empty when he leaves. I have no clue what the fucker is bringing here, but whatever it is, it can't be good. I'm sure I'll find out, eventually. The hum seems like it's getting quieter because I can barely hear it tonight. We only have a few carts left to put out, so I leave them to it and head toward the break room with my brown paper bag. I get in there, and Lenny's dripping all over the sandwich he's eating. When he sees me, he stops chewing. "Don't be mad," he says. I already know. I reach into my bag and pull out a handful of sardines. God damn it, Lenny. I come back from break, and of course, it's a fucking zoo out there. There's a herd of goats trying to get the turd slug. Something pink is oozing from the ceiling. Chris is wrestling with his hand who's assaulting a customer. Paul is nowhere to be seen, of course, and all the fingers on Headless Elroy's right hand have been chewed down to nubs. He's gonna be so pissed when his head respawns. Oh, and the fucking carts didn't get finished. I chase the goats outside, stick a bucket under the drip, fill out the accident report for Chris molested customer, finish stocking the spiders, and then go looking for Paul. I found him in the freezer. He'd tripped over one of the bodies and knocked himself unconscious. Fucking idiot. I drag him out and leave him in the warehouse to thaw out for the night, then throw the rest of the empty boxes in the baler. Tilly and Adam were both working tonight, so God knows what kind of biohazard I'm about to walk up to in the front. I pass down aisle 13 on the way. The spill that never dries is growing. It's eaten the wet floor sign that was next to it, just as I suspected. I put out a new sign, even though it won't last long, then call it a day. Advertisements. When I get to the front, I ignore the various smells coming from the register area, then approach the time clock carefully. No turd slug, no fart cloud. The coast is clear. I punched my number in, and the time clock hadn't stolen any of my time today. I smile triumphantly and turn around. Paul is standing behind me, shivering and clutching an icicle. He stabs me in the arm with it and tells me I'm a douchebag, I sigh. Maybe I'll call in tomorrow. Friday. I tried to call in sick today, but no one answered the phone. Can't say I blame them. Oh well, my stab wound doesn't hurt that bad, and I would have had to come in to get my paycheck anyway. If you don't pick it up in person, they won't mail it out to you. They just consider it to be an offering and keep it. I don't even have to wonder what fresh hell I'll be walking into today. All the worst soul suckers come to shop on Friday. The regulars and the irregulars. And I don't even have any backstock to keep me busy, since everything got filled yesterday. So, tonight I'll be stuck having to do one of the worst jobs in this store, customer service. When I clock in, Crazy Mary is already approaching me, complaining that the chocolate ice cream she bought here the other day made her raccoon sick. I just hand her my pea cup and keep on walking. Today, I came prepared. Usually, the first wave of customers I encounter on Fridays are the zombies. All of the old people in our town start wandering in here, eyes empty and glazed over, mouths gaping with drool spilling out, and they all desperately need something from you. Sometimes, they don't even come in here to buy anything. They just want to pick your brain. Hoping to delay the inevitable, I head on to the back of the store to drop off my things in my locker and put my dinner in the fridge. This time, I wrote Tom in big, bold letters on the bag, so Lenny can't pretend he doesn't know it's mine. Not that it'll stop him from taking it, but it does eliminate his ability to use that excuse. On the way, I can already hear Space Goth before I see her. She isn't singing today. Instead, she's wearing one of those belly dancer belts that jingle with every movement she makes. I guess that's what she was trying to warn us about on Monday. It's incredibly annoying, but at least now I can avoid her more easily. I don't feel like arguing with her tonight over which conspiracy theories are real. Maybe if I'm lucky, the zombies will be drawn to the sound and take whatever brains she has left. I get to the back, and the first thing I do is check the schedule to see who I'm closing with tonight, hoping it's not Paul. I'm pretty sure he's still mad at me for leaving him in the freezer so long yesterday. And besides, the baler can't hold the amount of customers I'm expecting to come in tonight. When I look at Friday's column, I see a name I don't recognize. Great. Looks like I'll be doing the second worst job in this store tonight, too. Training. We don't get a ton of new hires around here, and the ones we do get never stick around long. It's a total waste of my time to bother with training them, but I guess I don't have anything better to do tonight. In fact, this could actually turn out to be a good thing. Maybe I can use the new hire as a human shield against the customers. I start looking around for the newbie and quickly clock someone who looks out of place. I walk up to him and introduce myself. He tells me it's his first day and his name is Dennis. Seems like a normal enough kid, excited to be here and ready to learn. Let's see how long that lasts. The first thing I usually do with new hires is show them around the store. Most of the time, that instantly weeds out all the normal ones. Once they see what kind of shit they're going to be dealing with, they dip out. Not Dennis though. He seems to get more enthusiastic about working here with every new thing I show him. This one's spirit might take a while to break. Next, I show Dennis the warehouse and start explaining how to do backstock. Even though there's nothing to fill tonight, I go through the motions of showing him where the carts are and explaining how to get the products to stay on them. I demonstrate with a few cases of potato chips, thinking the dude is going to freak out when he sees what happens. No, Dennis thinks it's fucking hilarious. He giggles with delight as he chases the pigeons around the warehouse. He didn't even care when one shit on him. What kind of psychopath did we just hire? On the way out of the warehouse, the fart cloud hits both of us. Fucker doesn't even flinch. I'm choking, tears streaming down my face, and he's going on about how good whatever someone is cooking smells. The fart cloud is getting stronger too. I'm pretty sure it's been going around accumulating all the smells of this place. The zombies are already at the door, waiting for us to come out. I grab Dennis and shove him out in front of me, plowing my way through them. A few tufts of his hair along with his left eyebrow were missing once we got past them, but other than that he was fine. He said he'd been meaning to get a haircut anyway. At this point, it's really starting to piss me off that nothing seems to bother this kid. So, as soon as I see blind Richard wandering around lost down aisle 4, I send Dennis over to him to help him out. The blind leading the blind. This ought to be fun. Just then, I noticed Duffel Bag Man grabbing handfuls of whatever's in his bag and sprinkling it all around in the corner over by the coolers. Hey man, get the fuck out of here. I yell at him. He scurries off and tells me I'll be sorry. Whatever. I go to check on the registers up front. Seems to be going pretty smoothly. The zombies have all gathered up there and are helping Tilly keep her register quite tidy. By the time I notice the hum, it's almost 7:30. Guess I'd better go find Dennis and tell him it's time for break. When I find him, he's on aisle 13 with blind Richard. They're making snow angels in the spill that never dries. Of course, I throw a box of saltines at blind Richard, then drag Dennis to the back to hose all the green slime off them. We have to keep the spill isolated to aisle 13, or it'll end up taking over the whole damn store. When we finally get to the break room, Lenny isn't in there, but the turd slug is. And by the smell, it seems the raw egg/yogurt soup it was eating yesterday didn't agree with its stomach. If you're wondering how a turd slug could smell any worse, don't. Just trust me. Oh, look at the little fella. He's so cute, Dennis exclaims as he bends down to pet it. The turd slug starts purring, and Dennis asks if he lets us hold him. I tell him to go for it, as I throw my dinner into the trash and walk out. The last customers of the night are usually the prairie people. We call them that because they show up here in a covered wagon, all dressed like it's 1864. They might actually be time travelers, who knows? The first one you see is the mom, but as soon as she starts asking you questions about the products, her daughters get curious too. One by one, they tear their way out of her stomach until they're all lined up in front of you. Once they get all the information they need, they crawl back inside their mother and leave without buying anything. Dennis tried to crawl inside her stomach hole too, but I stopped him. At last, time to clock out and go home. Dennis' information hasn't been entered into the system yet, because Ruby's the only one allowed to do it, and she only comes to work when Gerald is here, but I'll show him how to clock out anyway. Before I punch my numbers in though, I grab my paycheck. It's missing at least 10 hours from it, so I make up the difference with some of the money out of Tilly's register. I go back over to the time clock, and Lenny is there, dripping all over it. I use the sleeve of my jacket to hit the numbers, but when I turn around, I slip on his puddle of goo. I go flying backward, and my head slams into the time clock, clocking me back in. Dennis bursts into laughter and says, "Me next. Saturday." Saturdays bring a special kind of weirdness to the closing shift. The store is usually pretty dead on the weekends, but don't be fooled. Doesn't mean you won't see your fair share of action around here. Bob comes in to close with me tonight, but he's not much of a help, considering he's not fully corporeal. You see, Bob died about 6 years ago, but he keeps coming in for his shift every Saturday night, without fail. Something about his contract not being up yet. At least he's reliable. Usually, by this part of the week, this place really starts getting to me and I'm itching for my day off. But for some strange reason, not today. Guess it's easier to just accept your fate than to try to fight against it. Am I right? I'm already clocked in, so I don't bother with the time clock. Maybe they won't notice and just pay me for those extra hours since they've stolen so much from me already. Doubtful, but a guy can hope. I head to the back, and as soon as I walk into the warehouse, Bob materializes in front of me, and I nearly jump out of my skin. God damn it, Bob, I yell. Sorry, man. Didn't mean to scare you, he says. Bullshit. That's exactly what he meant to do. Since Bob is only able to touch things sometimes, the motherfucker does whatever he can to affect the world around him, including scaring the shit out of me every chance he gets. I should be used to it by now, but lately, he's been getting more creative with his little pop-ups. I shrug it off and grab my cart. Bob can also choose who sees him and who doesn't. So he uses that opportunity to make me look like a jackass in front of the customers on occasion. Not that I care what they think of me. In fact, it's better if they think I'm stupid, so they don't ask me so many questions. Still, it's a little embarrassing to be seen arguing with an empty space of air. Today is paper product stocking day. All of the napkins, Kleenex, toilet paper, and paper towels need to be restocked for the week ahead. It's all very lightweight stuff, so Bob should be able to help with at least some of it. I quickly load up the first cart with napkins, then rush out onto the sales floor before they can start changing into centipedes. Bob follows behind me, playfully knocking some of the packages off my cart as we go. As soon as they hit the floor, they begin to crawl off. By the time I get to the shelf, I only have one remaining pack of napkins on my cart out of the 30 I stacked on there. Oh well, looks like the turd slug's gonna be eating good tonight. The napkin peas are one of its favorite snacks. It's much colder in here tonight than usual, presumably due to Bob's presence. My breath keeps turning into fog. It's like I'm standing in the damn freezer for Christ's sake. Even the man who walks in circles is shivering. Seems like I was wrong about him having zero perception of the world around him. Also, it's raining outside today, so the ceiling is dripping as expected. I grab the bucket and set it under the drip, but when the rainwater hits the pink stuff from Thursday, it starts to sizzle. Odd. Well, onto the Kleenex now. To save time, I ask Bob to start on the paper towels. Once we finish all this stocking, we can fuck around till close, and after the week I've had, I deserve it. While I'm loading my cart, Bob is struggling with his. He was only able to grab a hold of every other roll he tried to. Took him so long that the ones he had stacked on his cart were now a pile of fish flopping around. Guess the paper towels aren't getting filled tonight. I can't hear the hum at all anymore. Thank God it's finally gone away. It's only been 10 years of this bullshit. Corporate must have sent someone out to fix the speakers. I definitely won't miss it, but now I'll have to start wearing a watch to tell me when it's time for break. I finish up my cart and grab my food. Lenny is hanging out in the break room, but he's not eating. Instead, he's clipping his toenails and feeding them to the turd slug, as if it hadn't already eaten enough tonight. He extends out a handful of goo-covered clippings and asks if I want any. I tell him no thanks, I've lost my appetite. I get back from my break, and Bob has disappeared. I walk the whole store looking for him, but I can't find him anywhere. I know he didn't leave early because he's contractually obligated to stay for his whole shift. So, I'm sure he'll show up somewhere soon though, probably when I least expect it. Speaking of things that are missing, I realize I haven't seen Duffel Bag Man come in here yet. Maybe I scared him off for good this time. Either that, or he ran out of shit to sprinkle in here. Meanwhile, on aisle 13, the spill that never dries has reached new proportions. It's covering over half of the entire aisle, and it seems to be pulsating like it's got a heartbeat. It's even starting to bubble too, so I'm pretty sure it's breathing on its own. I throw a wet floor sign at it, and the spill engulfs it immediately, gobbling it up in a single bite. It lets out a huge burp, and I run away before the smell can get to me. I decided to go up front and check on Adam, and lo and behold, Bob possessed him. I'm not surprised. It's not like it's the first time this has happened. Adam's little condition makes him more susceptible to this sort of thing. And I'm sure it's Bob and not Adam in there because the fucker is way too happy to be touching things. At least it's keeping both of them occupied for the time being. I finish the last cart of backstock and head to the warehouse. Time to fuck around till close. Tonight I accomplished a task I never thought I'd be able to do. I was finally able to coax the fart cloud into a glass jar, using the right bait. I used to try to catch it all the time back when I first started. But this time, after all these years, it seems I've finally figured out the perfect formula. As soon as I get the lid closed before I can even celebrate, Bob appears in front of me. Jolted, I cling to the jar tightly, and Bob asks me what I'm up to. I tell him I've caught the fart cloud and that I'm about to go bring it to the back for safekeeping. He insists on helping, saying he feels bad that I've been working so hard tonight and he's accomplished nothing. Advertisements. Don't let it hit the ground. Bob, I'm serious. I won't. He promises. I go to gently place the jar into his hands, and, of course, it falls right through them. It hits the ground hard and shatters instantly, releasing the now irate fart cloud right into my face. Bob smiles, and I vomit. You know what? I can't even be mad. It's my fault for trusting him. Before I know it, I hear the closing announcement come through on the intercom. Geez, tonight went by fast. I'm usually already up front by the time they're making it. I clock Bob out first, then myself. When I punch my number in, the display reads, 24 hours have been deducted from your time due to time theft. Have a nice day. Fucking hypocrite. Oh well, only one more day to go. Sunday. I finally made it to the end of the week. No matter what happens today, at least I know I'll be off tomorrow. I'm not even really sure what keeps me coming back to this place, to be honest. I didn't sign a contract like Bob did. Sure, it's got its charms about it, but the pay isn't great. The customers are crazy and the workers are even worse. Yet, something still holds me here. I guess, in a weird way, the Emporium is just home. In reality, I've only been working here just over a decade, but sometimes it feels like I've been here my whole life. Shit, maybe I was even born here. Maybe I'll die here too. Who knows? As we sometimes like to say around here, it is what it is. On Sundays, we straighten up the store. It takes us nearly the whole shift to get it done, even with all of us here. We have to go down every single aisle and fix anything out of place, while also pulling all the products to the front of the shelf to make them look nice and full. Easier said than done in this place. Paul, Chris, and Emma are all here with me tonight. They hate the Sunday shift, but I'm used to it. I get a strange sense of pride from making this store look normal, if only for a little while. Also, since I've been here the longest, I'm basically in charge of them all, so I can make them do all the worst styles. Hello, dear listeners. Enjoy a terrible story. The Emporium. Monday. This was supposed to be my one day off. But when you have a skeleton crew and someone doesn't show up, you get called to come in. Not by the manager or a coworker. You sort of just know. I can't explain it, like a lot of things around here. But somehow, you find yourself driving to work and clocking in. So here I am, beginning what will be a 7-day stretch. I work at a small grocery store called the Emporium, located smack dab in the middle of town. Being centrally located, we see it all, the good, the bad, and everything in between. If you work retail in any capacity yourself, you'll understand when I say you experience the full spectrum of humanity here. The word Emporium itself belongs to a dead language, and they do say that Latin is often used in things like magic and witchcraft, but I don't know if that means anything. It'd make sense though. I just honestly try not to question things around here too much. Doesn't do a lot of good. Most of the time, anyway. Advertisements. I mainly stock shelves, but I can, and often do, pretty much everything around here. A lot of us have to be cross-trained, just because of the high turnover rate. As soon as we hire a new cashier, they quit. Sometimes, they don't even show up for the first shift after the interview. Lucky them, I guess. Tonight, I'm closing with Paul. He's a pretty chill guy, most of the time. Long-timer, like me. He does have a few quirks, but I'm used to it. Everyone here does. Shit, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a bit weird, too. You have to be to work here. One of Paul's little quirks was his regularly scheduled freakouts. Usually, right before it was time for him to have a smoke, a customer would ask Paul a question, and he'd lose it. Could be as simple as which aisle is the bread on. Didn't matter. Sure as shit, Paul came slamming through the warehouse doors, dragging a body behind him. God damn it. Paul? I just clocked in. I yelled at him. Hey man, don't fucking worry about it. All right? I got it. He said. Whatever, I replied. Just make sure you shrink wrap it good enough this time. The baler still fucking stinks. Advertisements. I grabbed a mop and bucket and went out onto the sales floor to see if there were any spills needing to be taken care of. Space Goth was shopping. We don't know her real name, so that's what we call her. Don't ask. She was wearing fuzzy, leopard print earmuffs this time and singing Jingle Bells off key at the top of her lungs. It's the middle of June, but I only had to ask her to pull her pants back up just once tonight. So that's progress. Thankfully, Paul had been careful to not make a mess this time. So I rolled the mop bucket back to the janitor closet and started loading my cart with backstock to fill. I'd counted out 5 cases of water that I needed for the shelf and loaded them up, but when I looked back at my cart, they'd turned into cases of toilet paper. I could already tell it was going to be a long night. At about 6:30 p.m., the hum started. It usually comes through on the intercom system around that time, but no one can hear it except me. Drives me fucking nuts, so I take it as my cue to go on break. That's what I'm doing right now, as I write this on my phone. I forgot to bring dinner, and you can't exactly eat anything from here, so I honestly don't have anything better to do. At least when you work the night shift, one thing you don't have to deal with is the illibits. You know the type. They show up about an hour before the store even opens. A whole fucking crowd of them, desperately clawing at the doors, faces smashed up against the glass, just begging to be the first ones let in. That's why you cannot go outside before we open. But once 8 o'clock rolls around, you're safe. Fuckers just up and disappear as soon as the damn door unlocks. The only cashier on duty tonight is Tilly, which means I know I'm gonna be called up there to help out at some point. Tilly is slow as shit, but she can't really help it. She's super old, and it takes her forever to get through a sale because she's too worried about picking up all the rotting pieces of flesh that keep falling off of her. I keep telling her to just pick them all up at the end of the night, but she insists on keeping her register tidy, she says. Lenny just walked into the break room, humming some obscure hymn and holding his can of sardines. I don't even know why I bother coming in here. Can't get a moment's worth of peace. Lenny is supposed to be in charge of cleaning and maintenance, but he does more of making a mess around here than anything else. The man is always dripping. It's like this thick, black, fish-smelling goop that the fucker seems to sweat out constantly. Tom, you're needed to the registers. I hear blaring from the intercom speakers. Here we go. At least it gives me an excuse to get up and leave without seeming rude. Not that Lenny even has the capacity for that level of social awareness. Tilly is swamped. 8 customers in her line, and she's literally falling apart. I hop on register 2 and clear them all out within 15 minutes. When I look over, Tilly's gone outside for a smoke. I swear, sometimes I think she's tearing extra pieces of her flesh off on purpose just to get out of working. I finished all the stocking I needed to do by the time 9 p.m. arrived. Took me 3 tries, but the water had been filled. I walked over to the time clock and punched my number in, only to be faced with the harsh words of, "Employee number 0164 is not currently clocked in. Would you like to clock in now?" Tuesday. I woke up early today, even though I didn't have to. My shift didn't start until 2:00 p.m., but I wanted to enjoy whatever moments of freedom I had before coming back to this place. I tell you, the Emporium will drain the life right out of you if you let it. But I'm here now. Definitely clocked in this time, too. No one believes me when I tell them that time clock is a fucking thief. It's been deleting hours off of my time lately, and sometimes it takes the whole damn shift. Guess I'm the only one it does that to, of course. Bastard. Chris is here working with me tonight. He's a fairly normal guy, I'd say, except the motherfucker does have more fingers than usual. A whole extra hand, in fact, and it's not where you'd expect it to be. Always gets him in trouble. The turd slug is back again. It's fucking disgusting, but we can't really do anything about it. The more we chase it around, the more shit it smears everywhere. And Lenny does a god-awful job of cleaning it up, of course. So, it's honestly better to just pretend like you don't even see it, so it doesn't try to run away from you. Other than that, it's been a pretty slow night, so far. I didn't have a lot of backstock to do, so I decided to go and try to clean up the spill that never dries. I know it's a waste of time, but tonight, that's my goal. I call it Do Nothing Tuesdays, because usually it's my first day back. But since I didn't get my day off yesterday, I'll have to work extra hard to do more nothing than usual tonight. I go to the janitor's closet and, of course, Lenny's in there, dripping. I hate it when he stands in my way. It's really hard to get all the drippings off the bottom of my shoes. I grab the mop and bucket and head over to aisle 13. When I get there, blind Richard is flailing around on the ground, covered in green slime and holding on to a box of saltines. Must have slipped on the spill. Shit. Now I have to fill out a goddamned accident report. And that motherfucker is not blind either. He's faking it. I just know. When I bent over to help him up, I suddenly felt a finger slide into a place I was not expecting. God damn it. Chris. Oh geez. I'm sorry, man. I was just trying to help. Just back up. I got it. Why don't you go and grab an accident form from the office? I said, trying not to lose my cool. Okay, he said. Where's the office? Chris has worked here for at least 5 years, and he's been in that office many, many times. I explained to him again how to get there, then go back to trying to help blind Richard. Only he's gone. That shithead had gotten up and walked away, smearing the spill all over the place with his stick. I decided to give up on the spill and head back to the warehouse. Maybe I'll just hide out there until I hear the hum. Adam is the one running the register tonight. Thank God. That means I won't have to go up there and help, unless he has one of his episodes. Every so often, Adam gets these little fits where it's like something suddenly comes over him. His eyes turn black, his head spins around, and he starts projectile vomiting all over the customers. I think the fucker needs to be on medicine or something, but he doesn't think anything's wrong with him because he never remembers it happening. Real convenient if you ask me. When I walk through the warehouse doors, I can already smell it. The fart cloud. It must be somewhere around back here. I know it isn't the turd slug because I just saw the little shit over by the milk and it's not that fast. The fart cloud never dissipates, it just moves. You pretty much never know where it's going to be until you crop dust yourself with it. I forgot to bring my jacket with me tonight, so I'm freezing my ass off. It's always so fucking cold in here. I used to go around setting all the thermostats to 72, but it seemed like someone kept going behind me and turning them down to 65, so I don't even bother with it anymore. At least I remember to bring my food. The hum began, and I was just starting to make my way to the break room when I noticed Yogurt Lady over by the coolers. She hadn't started slathering herself yet, but I knew she'd still growl if she saw me. I didn't feel like being attacked tonight, so I turned around. Guess I'm not eating. I spent the rest of my shift trying to fill the cans of soup that kept changing into mice every time I put them on the shelf. I didn't even try to catch any of them. Maybe they'll eat the turd slug. At 8:45, Chris comes running up to me holding a piece of paper. "I got it," he said, excitedly. I'd forgotten I even sent him on that mission. "Thanks, Chris. Now go put it back in the office." "Okay. Where's the office?" I head up to the front of the store, and apparently, Adam had an episode that no one alerted me to. The openers will be pissed, but I don't care. I'm not cleaning up all this. Besides, they'll blame it on Lenny. As I approach the time clock, eager to get home and be done with this night, I hear a squish. I lift my foot, and it's the fucking turd slug, feasting on a half-eaten mouse. I kick it across the floor and punch my numbers in. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Wednesday. Wednesday is one of my least favorite days of the week. It's the day our manager Gerald comes in to check on us all. He's supposed to be here every day, but I don't think his sleep cycle works that way. He gets here in the morning and stays until close, and he watches us the whole time. Seriously, the man doesn't fucking blink. Ever. I made sure to get here on time and begin loading my cart right away. It really pisses me off that Gerald even pretends to care. We all know he's too worried about fucking Ruby behind our backs. She's the one in charge of the money around here. Imagine that. One time, Adam walked in on Gerald and Ruby in the office. When he ran and got me, he told me that they had become one flesh. Dude wasn't joking. Their skin had fused together, starting from the hips all the way up to their heads. Took forever to get them apart with just my box cutter. Come to think of it, that's right around the time Adam's episode started. As I chased around the loaves of bread trying to make them stay on my cart, I could feel a pair of eyes on me. I turn around, and Gerald is peeking at me from behind a pallet of paper towels. "I see you, Gerald," I said. I'm trying my best, but they keep running off. He leaned his head back and hissed at me as a few cockroaches took their chance to escape from his mouth. I gave him the thumbs up and got back to it. No use in trying to argue with him. When I finally make it out to the sales floor with my cart, the first customer I encounter is Crazy Mary. She's got a half-eaten sandwich knotted up in her hair, a tire track across her face, and a raccoon is following her. I swear, whoever keeps saying her name in the mirror 3 times in a row needs to stop. "How are you doing tonight, Mary?" I ask. "Wonderful," she replied with a huge toothless smile. "Finding everything you need?" I asked, nervously. "Oh yes, just found it." "Fucking great. Now she's gonna follow me around until I give her some of my pee. Might as well get it over with." Paul was scheduled to work tonight, but he called in. Thank God too, because I don't need any extra bullshit to worry about. The dude had a stupid reason, though. Something about being trapped in a time loop and that he couldn't get out. Shit, aren't we all? Emma showed up instead. Must have got the call. She's one of the newer ones here, but she's catching on quickly. Sweet girl, strange taste in men though. Started dating Chris a week after she was hired. Loves the hand. Maybe a little too much. That's why we can't schedule them working the same shift alone. Also, I'm not trying to place any blame here. but I did notice the hand had one less finger on it last night. Do with that what you will. I get to the front of the store to stock the bread and notice Ruby lingering near the registers. Of course, she's here too. She looks over at me and tries to wink, but one of her fake eyelashes falls off, along with the eyeball it's attached to. I pull out my box cutter and show it to her. She flips me off and gets on the intercom. "Gerald, you're needed to the office." Fucking gross. At least I don't have to deal with the turd slug tonight. It somehow knows when Gerald's here and stays hidden. And if I offer to buy Lenny his can of sardines, maybe he'll separate the one flesh for me later. Besides, he's been looking for a reason to use that new machete. Emma wants to learn everything she can around here, which is great, but she can be a little intense sometimes. She watched me fill the bread very closely, even though it's a fairly intuitive process. I think she was just staring at my fingers though, because at one point, she started to drool. I keep telling her I don't have any extras to spare, but she says she doesn't know what I'm talking about. Right. On the way back to the baler, I passed the man who walks in circles. I was feeling frisky, so I looked around to make sure Gerald wasn't watching, then threw one of my empty boxes in his path to see if I could make him move this time. He didn't. Just kept on walking in that circle, eyes fixed on me, smiling maniacally and wearing the box as a shoe. When I get to the baler and start throwing my boxes in, I hear an odd thud, then a scratchy throated groan. I roll my eyes and lean forward to look inside. It's Tilly, spooning with the shrink-wrapped corpse from Monday. For Christ's sake, I didn't even know she was working tonight. She said she was just having a nap, and that I was very rude for disturbing her. I dodged the fart cloud on the way out of the warehouse. It had caught Emma instead. She was gagging while trying to fill her cart with the cases of soda/lobsters. I grab the one crawling near my foot and throw it into the baler with Tilly and her new boyfriend. I head over to the break room before the hum even starts up. I'd packed myself a delicious turkey sandwich today and was starving. Lenny wasn't in there yet, so I wanted to hurry and scarf down my dinner before he showed up. I pull out my sandwich, take a huge bite, and feel it begin to squirm around in my mouth. I look down, and my turkey had turned into maggots. Fuck. I spit the bite out onto the floor, and it starts to crawl away. Lenny walks in, steps on it, and then proceeds to tell me how gross I am. We spent the rest of the night separating the one flesh. Gerald had told us if we weren't more careful about it this time, we'd be fired. We didn't care about losing our jobs. He meant that literally. Emma wanted to help too, of course. But once again, I'm pretty sure she had ulterior motives, because I noticed by the end of the ordeal that Ruby was missing the tip of one of her pinkies. Finally, it was time to clock out. I slapped one of Gerald's mouth roaches out of my hair, wiped the Lenny goo off of my shoes, and made my way to the front. Tilly stopped me and asked if I could help her carry the body out to her car for her. So I did that first. I come back inside, walk up to the time clock, and get blasted in the face by the fart cloud. Thursday. Today is the day our truck delivers. We only get an order once a week, so it's usually a lot. Takes a full crew to get it unloaded and processed, so all of us weekday stalkers are required to be here. No exceptions. It gets a little chaotic, but I don't mind it too much. Makes the time go by faster. By the time I get here, they're usually more than halfway through it all. But today, the truck got here late, so looks like I'll be busy until close. Fine with me. I drank an extra cup of coffee this morning, so I'm ready. It's strange. I'm actually in a pretty good mood today, almost excited to go to work. I clock in and join the rest of the crew in the warehouse. The openers are hard at work unloading and sorting all the merchandise. Jaden and Janie are the ones in charge of them all. We call them the bitch twins. On any other day, they could give a shit less about what's going on around here. But on truck day, they'll bite your head off if you don't move fast enough. Luckily, the products start off normal when they come in. They only start acting weird once they've been here a couple of hours, so we try to get everything on the shelf as fast as we can. We start with the dairy and frozen items since they need to be stocked first. I'd already noticed Yogurt Lady waiting by the coolers for a fresh batch, so I loaded Emma's cart up with everything that gets stocked in that area. Good luck to both of them. I step over Headless Elroy wiggling around on the floor and grab my cart. This happens to him every Thursday. The old man just can't keep up the pace, and the bitch twins show no mercy. His head usually respawns by the end of the night though, so it's no big deal. Move it, Elroy, I say, kicking his shoulder as I pass. He just starts flailing around even more, so I scoot him over to the side with my foot. I took the milk, Chris took the eggs, and Paul got stuck with all the freezer items. He was pissed, of course, but I don't give a shit. The only reason the freezer is so hard to stock is because he'd been using it as a body storage until it got too full. He made that mess. He can fucking deal with it. Once I finish putting away everything on my cart, I look over to Chris to see if he needs any help with this. He does. He's covered in egg juice, fighting with his extra hand, trying to get the carton away from it. I walk up to him and ask, "Need a hand?" He doesn't laugh. He just glares at me in defeat. I turn around, bend over, and the hand drops the carton. "Hey, thanks, man," Chris says.